You're listening to WQEE 99.1 FM, The Key in Noonan, Georgia, home of Braves Country with Mac Magee and the Armchair Quarterbacks, weekdays, 3 p.m. Eastern to 5 p.m. Eastern, right here on The Key and YouTube.com at Braves Country. Braves Country today. We're talking Southern sports. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Braves Country today. Southern sports talk with the voice of Braves Country baseball, Mac Magee. Joined every day from sports analysts from all over Braves Country, talking college football, the NFL, Major League Baseball, and what's trending in the world of sports. Braves Country today. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE.
It all starts with just one thing. Glass jars can be reused to store food and spices, as a holder for combs and brushes in the bathroom, or as a container for plants and homemade candles, in addition to simply being recycled. Find tips and more at onethingus.com.
Hey folks, this is Mark White with The Mark White Show, and you can tune into The Mark White Show every Saturday from 11 a.m. to 12 p.m. right here on Rock 99 WQEE The Key, the home of Southern sports and talk.
I'm Amy Lawrence, and I'm up late, always, after hours, hanging out with you on CBS Sports Radio. Check it out, 2 a.m. Eastern, 11 p.m. Pacific.
Enjoy sun-drenched days, epic stays, and plenty of room to roam in Greater Fort Lauderdale. Our hotels, attractions, and restaurants have taken the Visit Lauderdale's Safe and Clean pledge, so you can relax and explore with confidence. When you're ready for that well-deserved staycation, our 23 miles of golden beaches await. Find wide-open spaces to hike, bike, kayak, and paddleboard. Visit your favorite attractions, then dine out in style in dining rooms or al fresco on waterfront patios. Learn more at sunny.org.
Braves Country today. We're talking Southern sports. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Braves Country today. Southern sports talk with the voice of Braves Country baseball, Mac Magee. Joined every day from sports analysts from all over Braves Country, talking college football, the NFL, Major League Baseball, and what's trending in the world of sports. Braves Country today. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Armchair Quarterback Radio is AFC South Country, all NFL season long.
They hand it off Fournette. He's driving, and he's in for the touchdown. Wow!
Drive starts at the 1 and looking for a little breathing room, and they get that and plenty more. Derrick Henry still going. Stays in bounds. He might go. 99 yards for the touchdown. Unbelievable. 2nd and 10. Empty set. Walk down the field. And that is Hilton again. 1st and goal. Ebron. What a year for him. Eric Ebron. Touchdown. Colts.
Slant. Caught. Touchdown. Marquise Lee. And he punched the ball into the stands.
Deep. And he's got it. Keelan Cole. Touchdown, Jacksonville.
Stay locked in to the AFC South on Armchair Quarterback Radio.
Here's good news. There's still a need for hundreds of thousands of cybersecurity professionals in the U.S. right now. And My Computer Career is training people to help meet the demand. No IT experience? No problem. Take the free career evaluation today. Start your new life as an IT pro in as little as 4 months. Grants covering up to 53% of the cost are available to those who qualify. It's not rocket science. It's mycomputercareer.edu.
Are you looking for a reliable dental practice that not only cares about your team to work with? How about one that offers great deals and new patient promotions? Well, your search is over. Most Valuable Smiles in downtown Eatonton, Georgia is committed to giving you the biggest and brightest smile. Right now, get a $99 new patient special, including x-rays and exam. Maybe you're looking for veneers. Most Valuable Smiles veneer special includes 1 free veneer with every 5 purchased. Or get that bright white smile you've always wanted by taking advantage of an exclusive $100 off Zoom whitening treatment when you book today. And don't forget that 2022 is almost over. That means most insurance policies will reset by the new year, and to avoid losing that extra money, you need to use it or lose it. Book an appointment today with Most Valuable Smiles in downtown Eatonton to lock in these exclusive deals. Call 706-623-0318 or visit mostvaluablesmiles.com.
Hey, sports fans, it's Rod Peterson here, host of The Rod Peterson Show, inviting you to join us daily for 2 hours of Atlanta's funnest sports talk right here on WQEE. I say fun because it is. You've never heard a show like it because we make the listeners a part of the show every day between noon and 2 p.m. Eastern. You'll hear plenty of the best sports talk, including the latest on the Falcons, the Braves, and more. And who knows, you might even hear you. That's the Rod Peterson Show, daily at noon, right here on WQEE 99.1 FM.
Hey, Braves Country. Braves Country HD is bringing you Braves Country Baseball. Braves Country comes to you every Tuesday night and Friday night and 2 bonus games every week. Hi, I'm Mac Magee. We'll be bringing you play-by-play, pitch-by-pitch of your Atlanta Braves. It's free to listen. Please like and subscribe. YouTube.com/@Braves Country. Braves Country Baseball for the fans, by the fans.
It all starts with just one thing. When recycling, rinse out jars and cans, and avoid recycling wax paper or paper soiled with food. This will reduce recycling contamination. Find tips and more at onethingus.com. What's your one thing?
It's the best in sports and entertainment, and get locked in and locked down with Rhino Radio Penitentiary, 7 a.m. to 10 a.m. with your host, me, Ryan O'Neill, each and every morning, right here with the best in sports and entertainment, all the way from professional sports to college sports to River Dragons hockey and everything in between, including some of the very best local and national guests. It's the Rhino Radio Penitentiary, 7 a.m. to 10 a.m. Monday through Friday, right here on 99.1 FM WQEE.
Country today. We're talking Southern sports. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Braves Country today, Southern sports talk with the voice of Braves Country baseball, Mac Magee. Joined every day from sports analysts from all over Braves Country, talking college football, the NFL, Major League Baseball, and what's trending in the world of sports. Braves Country today. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. You're listening to WQEE 99.1 FM, The Key in Noonan, Georgia.
Armchair.
There's something kind of about a kid that's never played baseball.
We have been hoodwinked, bamboozled, and flat out deceived.
Why did you get so drunk?
You got drunk. I'm just really exhausted.
What's in that cup?
Almond Cokes.
Do you have any idea how important this is? We're trying to save the pump. Really? This is what you're doing?
Chief, what do you want to do tonight?
The same thing we do every night. Try to take over the world.
106 miles to Chicago. We got a full tank of gas, half a pack of cigarettes. It's dark, and we're wearing sunglasses. Hit it.
Armchair.
YouTube Live.
Radio station.
The radio station you can call your own. Do you know what listeners like about our station?
I like everything. It's always on my radio.
We never stop the music, except for now, when I talk.
You're listening to Braves Country with Mac Magee and the Armchair Quarterbacks. We're here live weekdays, 3 p.m. Eastern to 5 p.m. Eastern, WQEE 99.1 FM, The Key, and simulcasting on YouTube.com/@Braves Country. Your first choice for Southern sports. Good afternoon. I'm Mac Magee, and I don't know much, but I know one thing. These NBA and NHL playoffs are mercifully coming to an end, so we can focus on the real part of the NBA season, the off season.
Armchair.
Community Access Channel.
He's the armchair quarterback. He's full of beer and he's full of snacks. The all-American man.
Hey, howdy, hi, and how the the hell are you? I'll be doing fine if Denver goes and closes it out tonight and wins their first ever NBA championship. Might have put a little something on the line there way back when. Got a pretty good ticket on that. So looking forward to them closing that out. I'm also just looking forward to, in honest, for the season to be over, because then they start talking about free agencies and whatnot. It's going to be kind of a quieter season in the NBA, so we probably won't spend that much time on it. But honestly, other than the beginning of the playoffs, this is the best part of the NBA season. No one cares about the regular season. Their opening night is nowhere close to our opening day in Major League Baseball. It just isn't. But the NBA can be fun when it's during the off season and you start thinking about, what my team could be. And they probably have one of the better off seasons. I really wish Major League Baseball would take a page out of their playbook when it comes to the off season and figure out a way. And I know there's a lot of hoops you got to jump through the players union, but figure out a way to make the off season more condensed, where it feels like when the NBA and the NFL free agency begins, it feels like everybody is chomping at the bit, waiting for the green light to go, and then there's just a flurry of signings. Because the Major League Baseball offseason begins immediately after the season ends. And I mean, it's extremely quick. And they have a much longer offseason than the NBA, the NHL. They don't feel like that there is a need to go in and make quick moves in the NBA offseason. In the Major League Baseball offseason. Instead, what they do is they go in and they'll start negotiating and this and that. And then most fans, unless the ones that are just really covering it day in, day out, like I do, most fans get bored, disengaged with it. They got to find out a way. I've mentioned this for a while. You know, in December, the second week of December is normally when the winter meetings start. And I would like for Major League Baseball to say that free agency doesn't begin until the winter meetings. And maybe make the winter meetings a little longer. Right now, they show up on a Sunday night. They're usually gone. Everyone's packing up and leaving by Thursday morning. It's technically lasts through Thursday, but most folks are getting out, heading back. They're heading back home. They're going to the golf course. And I think fans would enjoy it more if you started it. Maybe you don't start on a Sunday night. Maybe that's kind of a bad night to start it for television purposes. Maybe you start the whistle, blow it on a Thursday afternoon. 4 p.m., ding, 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 everything goes. And you can start signing guys in, and you can start trading guys in. Until then, you're giving the free agents and the front offices about a month to get ready. And you let the fans kind of soak in whoever the new champion is and go through the parade. And plus, Major League Baseball drags out all their postseason awards. You'll see them trickle in day after day after. They drag all the postseason awards out for about 2 weeks, so you can go through all that. You can get past Thanksgiving with the family. You start to ramp up and get ready for Christmas, and then give us the winter meetings. And I would like to see it start on Thursday afternoon. And let it bend, and let the actual meetings themselves, if they want to end the meetings on Monday morning, that's fair. They want to go home or whatever, get back to their offices, recalibrate. But you start it then. And at least it would give us a little bit of a build-up, a ramp-up. I don't know if you're ever going to get to where I really want it to go, which I've said this for a long, long time. I would love for them to do that and then maybe give everybody about a week. But anyway, somewhere before Christmas, they shut it down. And then they open it back up right after the New Year's. Somewhere in that neighborhood. And I think you would have another buildup. And there would be a sense of urgency by both the clubs and the teams to get it together. All right, man, we didn't get our relief pitcher we wanted in the first go around. We need to get it together because while we're sitting here kicking the tires on everything, I've heard that the Pirates, I've heard that the Cubs, I've heard that the Padres, I've heard, et cetera, et cetera. I've heard that they are looking into this same guy, and you would get more of a sense of urgency, and you give us 2 pockets of it, and it would be fun. Major League Baseball's got to look into that because right now it is the deadest of all. Now we cover it, but we typically cover it when a news breaks, but you can't do day in, day out coverage of it from any pocket of time realistically because there's not a lot of news. And a lot of the news that breaks is like Dullsville. Oh, the Chicago White Sox signed some aging veteran to a minor league deal. Whoopity-doo! So that's what I would like to see. And that's how we start off today here on Braves Country today. No play-by-play tonight. We are going to leave the cast up for folks that want to chat. We will be back tomorrow, Tuesday night, first pitch, Braves versus Tigers. I've got some stuff I've got to get done tonight in the studio and get some production done. And I don't have time to do it between the day job, the radio show and the radio broadcast. I mean, it's a full. I don't think I realized how big of a task this was going to be, and I enjoy every minute of it. Not complaining at all, but I've got to take certain days off and days that I don't think that are. I'm not saying today's game isn't important, but I got to look at the big picture and say, all right, I got to get all this stuff done this week because next week we got the Phillies for 3 games, and I'm bringing up if they're playing the Phillies, if they're playing the Mets, if they're playing a big opponent, I feel like that we've got to bring all the games. So we're gonna leave the cast up like we did yesterday. Had a decent drop-in viewership type deal where people came in and chatted for a little bit. And I think it's good to have a place to chat Braves baseball, even if you're not able to, watch the game, et cetera, et cetera. Or if you're watching the game and you just go, you know what, I want to chime in. I want to say something, I'm mad about this or I'm happy about that, that kind of thing. So we're going to do that going forward. I think we're going to do we're going to call them the fan casts or the chat casts, somewhere in that neighborhood. But that's going to be how you'll know. But we will put it in the description. We will let you know that it's not a play-by-play. We're not going to, we're not trying to fool anybody or anything like that. And we'll be back Tuesday, first pitch. We're going to have Braves versus Tigers. It'll be Spencer Strider. I'll be anxious to see how he bounces back. And then Wednesday, we're going to have that game. That's a day game, 1:10 Eastern. We'll have it right here. And that'll be AJ Smith-Shawver's first outing since his first start, which I was very impressed by him. The Braves gave him absolutely no run support, but I'm telling you, they were, we talked about it on Friday. They were just on fumes. And I think there's still a little bit of a dragging of that. I think you're going to see it all week. I don't think you're going to see the Braves necessarily energized in this Detroit series. I would be hesitant to take the Braves tonight, though they got out of town early and all that kind of stuff because of the early game tomorrow. You saw them play flat. And I'll tell you something else you saw in that game yesterday, which drove me nuts. I had to go to a baby shower, or no, not baby shower, baby's birthday yesterday. So was getting ready and watching the game heading to that, and then I watched a little bit on my phone, but I had to engage. And then when I came home, I watched it. I watched the replay just out of curiosity to see what went down. The biggest thing I saw early on, we had some scoring opportunities, and there are guys in our lineup, but I'm not going to kill them, so I'm going to kind of leave them nameless right now, faceless. There are guys in our lineup that in these situations, they treat it like batting practice and not an actual at bat. They're swinging at the first thing that they see that's in the neighborhood. You know what? Scratch that. I am going to call him buddy. Michael Harris swung at the first pitch on bases loaded, 1 out. He popped out. And he got suckered. That's old-fashioned. He got suckered. He got outsmarted by the veteran Williams. Williams put a ball there on the outside. He was going to have to lunge for, and he popped it out. It was nothing. He was on the ropes. I'm talking about the count was nothing. The Braves are up 2-0. The bases were loaded. There was 1 out. He was on the ropes. Williams was. I want to say this was third inning, might have been second. I don't have it in front of me, and it's really not that crucial one way or the other. He was on the ropes. You have got to make him give you a good pitch. You don't swing at the first damn thing. This is why you get 3 strikes in baseball. It's not 1 strike and you're out at the old ball game. So you got to take that pitch, even though it was probably going to be called a strike. You got to let him. The guy had been erratic. He popped it out. He got outsmarted, and Williams then put a pretty good at bat on Acuna. Acuna probably could have been a little more wise in the pitches that he swung at, but I will say this. He got that first pitch on him, that 94 up in the corner that was called for a strike, and you got to remember something. His last at bat, that was the pitch that struck him out. So he's already on the defensive, and Acuna is just trying to make sure that he doesn't get caught seeing strike 3, anything like that with 2 outs. So I'm less picky about what Acuna did. Harris, get it together, man. They gave you a big contract, and I'm tired of putting the kid gloves on for this young man. They gave you a big contract. You've got to start playing the game smart. It's not just your talent that's going to get you through. Everybody's talented on the major league level. And they could send you down to AAA tomorrow. And what's really going to change? Because the guys down on AAA are not the same guys in the major leagues. The difference right now between Harris and a major league everyday starting batter that contributes is between his ears. It doesn't have anything to do with his talent. Because he's getting outsmart. Now, look, he's getting certain games where he's in the groove and he gets a hanger, et cetera, and he takes advantage of it. That's great. But 99.9% of Major League Baseball hitters will get a hold of those. You'll see him get a hold of more because of his talent. His talent's through the roof. But there comes a time and there comes a point where you've got to start looking at the mirror and say, and I don't want to hear about, oh, he's working hard and et cetera, et cetera. I get that. I understand that. But some point, somewhere, you've got to understand they are baiting you, man. They are baiting you. And that's the most frustrating thing as a fan. You watch it, and you as a fan, I've seen him do this a few times over the last several weeks. And it's not just him. There are other guys, so I don't want to just pile on Michael because I am a big fan of his. That's probably why I'm so critical. I'm such a big fan of his. I love watching him play. His defense is phenomenal. His defense is darn near spotless record. I mean, it's been that good. And who has that, right? But when you go into an at-bat, you have to know the situation. You're leading off an inning and you're sitting dead red on something. I get it, and you get it. and you get that pitch and you want to take a whack at it, sure. Now, we know he had the one that was stolen at the wall by Call. Because I think I tweeted it out or whatever I put it. I said, Call just Harris Michael, because that's exactly what he did. He put a Harris on him. And the look on Harris's face was, are you kidding me right now, kind of thing, right? So, okay, we get past that part of it. He put some good swings on it over the weekend, but I'm talking about the situations where he comes up and there is a definite there's a game going on. You're not just having batting practice. Let's say it again. It's not batting practice. There's a game going on that you're getting paid a lot of money to win or lose. And you have to figure out the situation. And I'm not going to go through every scenario in Major League Baseball that could be possible, but we all know them. You come up to bat and there's nobody on, nobody out. You're leading off an inning. It's a different mindset than you come up to bat. There's nobody out, but there's a runner on second. You're trying to make sure at least, bare minimum, that you get them to third. Or you come up like yesterday, the bases are loaded, one out. The bare minimum you should be able to do as a major league, what everyone's calling a star hitter, you should be able to get that runner home on third. Not expecting a grand slam. I'm not even expecting you to be able to drill one in the gap and clear the bases, or a single that's going to bring in 3 runs. Or 2 runs, excuse me. But you've got to be able to get the guy from third home, because it's a much different game, 2-0 to 3-0, putting pressure on Washington, but they let them hang around. And then we had the one batting. You realize we had one bad inning? One that you can consider was a bad inning. I know you can nitpick a lot of things, but seriously, we've had one bad inning in 27 this past weekend, and it cost us a game. And that's why when you're up 2-0 and the bases are loaded, quit trying to hit a grand salami so everyone will pat you on the back and tell you you're pretty. Get that damn runner home, and it means either you can do a number of things to do it. With his speed, you can do a number of things. You could, in theory, drop a bunt, but that's going to have to be put on by the dugout, so I'm going to leave that out. Unless you just have a look down at the third base runner and say, get ready, we got this. You could work a walk, which he had been erratic. Obviously hit by a pitch, lean into one, take one for the team. And I'm not talking about, that awful looking broad on a Friday night when you're buddies, you're playing the wingman. I'm talking about if you got to stick your leg out there and the ball comes in, find a way to get them home. And then, of course, there's the logical way, the conventional way, the way they've been doing it for 170 years, a fly ball. And a fly ball of any depth is going to score 90% of your runners at third. And the Braves don't have Vogelfat on their roster as of right now, although I am pushing for that. They don't have him on the roster right now, so you don't have to worry about that. No one on our team is that slow. We got some sluggish guys, but no one's that damn slow. And that's where I'm at with this, with Harris. And it's time for Snicker and company to get their head out of their ass and realize it's no longer a slump like Ozuna had. We're in the middle of June. He's having a bad year. You can't give up on him. You can't send him down the minors. All he's going to do is roast the minor league pitchers, because the minor league pitchers are not the major league pitchers. They're not as fine and they're not as tuned, and you're going to be dealing with 18, 20, 22-year-olds who are still trying to make it. They're going to try to blow you away because they want to, they're trying to get their views up on their TikToks or whatever. and he's going to go down there and hit 350 and be raking, and the fans will be like, oh, you got to bring him back. You got to bring him back. And then he'll come back and he's hitting under 200 again because it's the in-between ears things. So, once again, he needs more time on the pine. Not bench him altogether. Don't overreact. Braves fans go, oh, no, you can't bench him. You can't bench him. I bought his jersey, damn it. Don't bench him. You got to bench him a couple of times a week. Give guys who are absolutely scalding the ball an opportunity to get more base hits, Kevin Pillar. And let's go. And not just a random start here and there. I'm talking about an actual, let's see, an almost, not I wouldn't say quite platoon. If it's a 6-game week and there's, we'll just say it's an even Steven. 6-game weekend, there's 3 lefties and 3 righties in the rotation. I want Harris to face one of those lefties. But the other 2 starts should go to Pillar. Or maybe you squeeze in a day for Sam Hilliard. I mean, his arms, he's got to look like the Tin Man over there by now. As far as his batting stance goes, yeah, he comes in to pinch run. He's got to look like the Tin Man over there. They got to oil him up. Go, can you still swing a bat? I don't know. It's been a while. It's a 162-game season. Let's quit giving these guys every single at-bat. I still say Acuna needs to get a day off here and there, even if you just want to DH him. And let Ozuna play left field every once in a while because we may need it. And when we need it, God dog it, let's not be having the Tin Man coming out once again. There's not enough oil to get him loose. And I think it would keep them more engaged. Just the whole 9 yards. It's a 162-game season. Don't let it get stale. That's all I'm saying. And on those days off, Harris needs to be sitting next to everyone involved on the coaching end of his hitting. Not just our hitting coach, but everyone involved. Even maybe you can bring an analytics guy down. You bring one of those dorks down with an iPad. I don't know. But you have feedback. What do you see? What would you have done? Why would you have done that? This has got to be the development, because running them out there every damn day, going 0 for 3, 0 for 4. Oh, he went 3 for 4. But then it's sandwiched in between 4 days on the front end and 5 days on the back end of a bunch of offers. And maybe it'll get through to him. Hey, man, don't be scared to use that bunt like you did the other night. God dog it, that was beautiful. That's beautiful baseball. And that's you outsmarting them. Don't let them outsmart you. Too bright of a kid. Too bright of a kid to be it. Now, he's wet behind the ears. I get that. But let's go. Let's believe in this guy and believe that he doesn't have to be out there every single day. And don't tell me that you got to have his glove out there every single day, because Hilliard played a phenomenal center field. So what you do is you tell your pitchers, how about you don't give up any rockets and we'll be fine out there. But that's just, that's one of the things that stewed over me more than anything else yesterday, that little bit of that game. You wonder why I'm going to kick the bucket at a very early age. I can't I can't watch a Braves game and be, oh, it's okay, man. Good going. Glad everyone had fun out there today. Ice cream and popsicles for everybody. This pizza day? Do we get pizza? It's like, come on. Now, with all that being said, I don't want to end this segment on a bad note. Because look at the standings. The Braves are 3.5 up on the Miami Marlins. And I just can't believe that that's the team that we're worried about right now. I really can't. I mean, the Braves right now are 40-25 for folks who can't see the screen. 40-25. They're 17-6 in the East, which is just unreal. You know, the next best record in the East is the New York Mets at 12-11. So that tells you just domination of your division opponents. Miami, by the way, they're 8-12 in the East. And I've said this all along, and I firmly believe this. We're going to be okay when it comes to Miami because not only do we normally own them, the Mets own them, and the Phillies own them. The Mets absolutely. I mean, the Mets have papers on the Florida Marlins. So I'm not as concerned about that. Now, they're still in the middle of it. They're in the middle of a schedule right now where they're playing lessers. They're at Seattle the next 3 days. That's kind of a tough one. But then they go to Washington this weekend. And Washington and Miami is usually a pretty fair contest at this point because Washington has some bats. Miami has some arms. But when you look at what we have ahead of us this week, we've got 7 games. We don't have a single day off. It is against lesser opponents. But let's be honest. If I told you right now, or if someone told me right now, we're going to go 5-2 over the next 7 games, I'd take it and say, sweet. And I know a lot of fans are greedy. They want to sweep everybody. They're going to go into Detroit. The Detroit series. They're going against that kid Olsen tomorrow, and that one's a little interesting to me because Reese Olsen has been pretty impressive, young kid. His ERA is a 3.6, so that's a pretty interesting one to me. I'm interested to see tomorrow night. It's going to be a fun one because you're going to have Strider, you're going to have Olsen. It's one of the reasons I wanted to make sure I did that game. Plus, we always do. Unless I'm out of town or something, we always do Tuesday night and Friday night baseball. You can guarantee that. That's how we started this. Because I always want to have, it's funny when people ask, why did you pick Tuesday and Friday? It's like, well, I wanted 2 days of the week. I knew they're never off, and I wanted to make sure I brought at least 1 game per series. And then the whole thing's morphed into where now I'm doing, normally anywhere between 4 to 6 games a week. But we're always going to bring you that Tuesday game. But I'm looking forward to that. And then the Wednesday game is Lorenzen, and it's a day game. And by the way, if you're putting any money on the Atlanta Braves in a day game, could you just mail it to me? Because I'll take care of it because you're just absolutely flushing it down the toilet. The Atlanta Braves offense is just absolute trash in day games. We saw it again yesterday. And this has been going on for a few years now, and it's a little ridiculous. Something needs to be done on that end, but we'll complain about that on a different day or whatever. But we're going to have, by the way, Morton tonight, Strider tomorrow, and then Shawver, or the SSAJ as I call it. I'm not going through every time I got to talk about Shawver, do his entire name on that hyphen thing. My God. It all goes back to, I think about, there's an episode of Friends years ago where Ross is in an argument with his ex-wife's girlfriend about what they want to name the kid. The last name, and they are at one point talking about using all 3 of their last names, and I don't remember, someone said, I think that borderlines on child abuse, and then he offers, well, why don't we call it and he was offering to give all 3 names, but he wanted his first, and she said, no, because they're just going to skip past all the others, and they'll never say mine, and that's the way I feel this was this Smith Shawver. I mean, from here on out, I'm pretty much going to be calling him either AJ or the SS AJ when he does something really well. But anyways, that is the lineup for the Braves. And then the Tigers tonight could be going to a bullpen game. And the thing that I want to see is Charlie Morton's on the mound. I want to see him continue to he's given us pretty good outings, even in ones where you would say that he quote unquote struggled. The Mets game, 4 earned runs, 2 home runs, the 4 walks you hate, but he kept us in the game long enough. Now the Braves bats bailed him out, but it was a pretty decent outing. He didn't have his best stuff. He just didn't. But the one before that was Arizona, and he was really good in that one, 7 and 3 earned runs. Before that, Philly went 5 1/3, 2 earned runs. They got pounded by the Dodgers back on May 22nd. But that it's looking like it's about every 4th outing he just doesn't have it. And the man's also 39 years old. And if you want to make it feel a little better, when people complain about his contract, I can't believe they signed him again to 20. I mean, dude, Scherzer's doing the same damn thing. Verlander's doing the same damn thing. Every 3rd or 4th outing is just a disaster. Same age, and they're making a little over two times what Charlie's making. So I'll take his 3.89 ERA at this age, and he's gone to the post. And then you can't say that about the other guys. So outside that broken leg in the World Series, he's been pretty durable. And that's just a guy who's 39, knows his body, knows how to get ready. He's a professional. And that's what I expect tonight. Detroit doesn't have one of the more higher scoring teams. So I would hope that we could keep their bats down and give our bats a chance to wake up a little bit. And hopefully we bounce back after getting a little time off, a little over 24 hours since our last game. And there you go with that. But I do like the Braves to win, even though it's always tough when they come off that road trip. But there's not the jet lag this time, and they're not coming off a Sunday night game and all that nonsense. I think there's a chance that the Braves will be that the bats will come through. And if you look, if you get through that into the good part, as I call it, of the Tigers bullpen, there's some runs to be had there. And I definitely think that we have the advantage tomorrow, but I think they have the advantage on Wednesday. So this is a big game because Lorenzen is a very solid pitcher. He's a veteran that if you're not familiar with him, he was out at the Angels. He had a really up and down year, but he's been very consistent this year. And the Detroit Tigers, they're not the team that they were last year. If you haven't paid attention, I know a lot of folks don't. But they're very in other words, it's not an automatic W. They're not the Kansas City Royals or what the A's should have been. They're a team that's 5.5 out of their division. Not a great division, I get it. But they're hovering around there. At one point, they were only a couple of games out of their division. What have they now? They are on a long losing streak, and that's the part I hate. Because the last time we dealt with a team on a long losing streak, go into their house, what happens? We lost. Now we're talking about Oakland. So I hate that. I was hoping Detroit would get a win over the weekend. But if you take this losing streak out of the way, they had a pretty good start to the season. All right, let's go ahead and take a quick break. When we come back, we're going to talk a little bit more in the world of baseball, and you got some stuff going on in the in the world of football. And of course, you got the NBA, and Tones is on the way. So we'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country today. Keep it locked in here on the Key and Braves Country HD. Braves Country today. We're talking Southern sports. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Braves Country today, Southern sports talk with the voice of Braves Country baseball, Mac Magee. Joined every day from sports analysts from all over Braves Country, talking college football, the NFL, Major League Baseball, and what's trending in the world of sports. Braves Country today. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE.
It's summertime, and that means the return of all the fun and excitement of Chattahoochee baseball at historic Golden Park. Bring the whole family down for a night of fun. Tickets start as low as $10 with a discount for kids, seniors, and active military. Or celebrate a special night at the park with a group package or suite night. For game dates and more, visit GoHoots.com. That's GoHoots.com.
It's the best in sports and entertainment, and get locked in and locked down with Rhino Radio Penitentiary, 7 a.m. to 10 a.m. with your host, me, Ryan O'Neill, each and every morning, right here with the best in sports and entertainment, all the way from professional sports to college sports to River Dragons hockey and everything in between, including some of the very best local and national guests. It's the Rhino Radio Penitentiary, 7 a.m. to 10 a.m. Monday through Friday, right here on 99.1 FM WQEE.
It's baseball season now, but hockey will be back before you know it. Join the Columbus River Dragons as they celebrate the team's 5th anniversary season in 2023-24. Season tickets are on sale now with no price increase from last season. Lock up your favorite seat for every exciting moment. Call the River Dragons at 706-507-4625 or go online to rdragons.com. That's rdragons.com. River Dragons Hockey. Get fired up.
It's time to live, laugh, and create memories again with MSC Cruises. Join us on some of the world's most modern and innovative ships. Discover again at our new private island, Ocean Key MSC Marine Reserve, named Best New Cruise Destination. Cruise the Caribbean and Bahamas from Miami or Port Canaveral. Book now with free balcony upgrades and flexible booking changes. Call your travel advisor or visit msccruises.com. Restrictions apply. MSC Cruises, a world of discovery.
Are you looking for a reliable dental practice that not only cares about your teeth, but is friendly to work with? How about one that offers great deals and new patient promotions? Well, your search is over. Most Valuable Smiles in downtown Eatonton, Georgia is committed to giving you the biggest and brightest smile. Right now, get a $99 new patient special, including x-rays and exam. Maybe you're looking for veneers. Most Valuable Smiles veneer special includes 1 free veneer with every 5 purchased. Or get that bright white smile you've always wanted by taking advantage of an exclusive $100 off Zoom whitening treatment when you book today. And don't forget that 2022 is almost over. That means most insurance policies will reset by the new year, and to avoid losing that extra money, you need to use it or lose it. Book an appointment today with Most Valuable Smiles in downtown Eatonton to lock in these exclusive deals. Call 706-623-0318 or visit mostvaluablesmiles.com.
Richie's gone.
What do you mean gone?
Gone.
Where?
After 18 years of marriage, don't make me make you an accessory after the fact.
An accessory after the... Holy...
Stop asking.
Oh, my God. Oh, my God.
I took care of it.
That was not a marriage made in heaven.
Welcome back. Always have a hard time getting this thing situated during some of these breaks. Got a lot of moving buttons here. Want to make sure we get you caught up on what's going on here on 99.1 FM WQEE. If you're riding down the road, stop because you need a pencil here. Tonight, we've got Chattahoochee baseball. That's going to be 6:35 first pitch. And they're going to be playing the Gold Diggers. I love that name. I got to look that mascot up. I can think of a couple of ex-girlfriends that come to mind. And then you'll also have the Hoots pregame will come on 15 minutes before. So Hoots pregame comes on 6:20 tonight, and 6:35 first pitch. You're going to have the Chattahoochee versus Gold Diggers. And then Wednesday, we got a doubleheader. Braves Country baseball will come your way Wednesday afternoon, right after the Rod Peterson show, and then keep it locked in there because you're going to have the Chattahoochee going at it again, I believe, against the Gold Diggers at 6:35. And so there you have that. So big week of baseball here, and we'll try to keep you updated every day as it goes along on what's going on tonight on Braves Country HD. We're just doing the chat. I mentioned it earlier in the show, but I've got a lot of stuff that I've got to get done tonight, and I can't be at two places at one time. I will be in the chat and chiming in from time to time because I'm going to be in studio, so I'll be able to chat it up with y'all if anyone wants to complain or praise the Braves, hopefully. But I'm not going to bring the play-by-play tonight, but tomorrow night we'll be back. We'll have play-by-play, pitch-by-pitch. Tuesday night, Braves Country HD, Braves Country Baseball. We're going to have Tigers, and it's going to be Spencer Strider, and I'll be interested to see how he looks. I bet he comes out throwing flames tomorrow. I bet he comes out, because we've seen this in the past. Strider struggles against the Mets. He does. I mentioned it during the game, and I think a couple of people doubted me, and then there you have it. They ended up being, what did he give up? He went 4 innings, gave up 8 earned runs. His ERA versus the Mets now is through the roof. I have to pull it up. But at the time that I brought it up, his ERA was well over 5. And then you add 8 runs to that. I mean, his ERA's got to be around 6. I'll have to pull that up here during the break or something. But the Braves 3-game set in 3-game set in Detroit. One of the better baseball cities over time, but they've really been down on their luck here recently. I'd like to see the Tigers get better, just not against us. They're in the middle of a long losing streak, so we're going to be dealing with that. Anytime you get a team with a long losing streak, they come at you with a little more oomph. And we deal with that with the bad team with Oakland. I mean, come on. Can we get some of these teams, get a W here and there, get them off the schneid before we come to town? So it's going to be difficult. I contend that Wednesday is going to be rough. It's going to be a very, very tough game. Not that we can't win it, but Michael Lorenzen has been pretty good this year, and he's going to be going up against Smith Shawver. So you're going to be looking at probably a low-scoring game, and it's a day game, and we talk about this. Atlanta Braves and their offense is basically non-existent during the day. So it's going to be a low-scoring game. Whatever that game comes out to be, I'm going to be banging the under on that one. The other thing is tomorrow night with Strider, the kid they've got, I mentioned in the last segment, but he's supposed to be pretty well thought of, and I'm just looking forward to see what he looks like. Now, tonight, looking at tonight's game, we didn't get into last segment on the lineups and whatnot. And one of the reasons is that Detroit still has not given a lineup. They still have not given a lineup. It's, what are we, 2.5 hours? Well, just under 3 hours before first pitch, and they still have not given a lineup. So, there's a reason why I notice this as we do these games and we get more into this. There are certain teams that have it together and certain teams that don't. And we'll play certain teams, and the ones, when we play the Dodgers and whatnot, the perennial contenders, they're on it. And you see their lineups pretty early in the day. And then we go up against some of these other teams that will temporarily rename nameless to like get fired up about something. They'll wait till the last August day, and you're like, "What are you doing? What are you doing? It's a lineup. Get it together, guy." If you're crunching the numbers that much, if it's that difficult to figure out your lineup, you might want to get a new guy doing your lineup. Whether it's your manager, I don't think it's the manager because he's got the experience from when he was cheating and wheeling and dealing in Houston. So it's got to be some analytics junk coming from the top where they're combing through everything. It's like, dude, just put a lineup out. You're 26-37. Get it together. Just get it together. Because the players like to. The reason why I say this, the players like to know where they're hitting. And if it's, I don't follow the Tigers, but if they're changing the lineup a lot, and you're not getting the lineup to the last minute, it changes your approach. But the Braves, real quick, been pretty consistent in the lineup as of right now. Of course, they can change their lineup because they're still waiting. I think it looks like Detroit's heading towards a bullpen game, but we'll see how it goes. As of right now, you've got Acuna, Olsen, Riley, Murphy. That's your 1 through 4. That's typically been in stone unless they're facing a lefty. And they're kind of hedging their bets, and they have moved Ozuna up. Thank God, it's about damn time, over Rosario, who is batting behind Ozuna. Now, so Rosario is 6th tonight. Ozzy is 7th. Arcia, and then Harris is in there again. It really wouldn't kill them to give him a day off. But anyways, Charlie Morton's on the mound, and they have not decided yet on who the guy is for the Tigers. So there you have that. And the Braves are probably looking at this as, if it is a bullpen game, you got to look at Atlanta being the favorite in this one, right? Tomorrow, Strider's on the mound. We're going to be in the favorite in that one. Wednesday, just because it's the Braves, it'll either be a pick 'em or somewhere really close to that, but it won't be a strong favorite against Lorenzen versus the Kid. This is an important game because this very well this is one of these situations where when I look at these series, you could be looking at the rubber match in the first game of the series. Because if you assume we're going to win tomorrow night, and you assume we're going to have a heck of a time winning Wednesday against Lorenzen in a day game and all that goes into that, to win this series, we got to show up tonight. Very much like the Oakland series. And I remember going into that, and I remember talking about it and saying, this is the rubber match on Monday night. If you remember that was Memorial Day. We did the pop-up show. We did the broadcast. And Soroka pitched okay, but the offense wasn't there. I still contribute that. That was a Sunday night game. They went out west, the whole 9 yards. We've been through that. But tonight, not as much of an excuse because you got out of there with the game in around 4:30 yesterday, somewhere in that neighborhood. And the game itself, Detroit is on Eastern time too, for folks who aren't familiar. So the game itself is essentially 26 hours later. Now you do have to fly there, check into the hotels, all that nonsense. But there's not that crutch that you can lay into as opposed to when Atlanta went out there and landed at like 4 or 5 in the morning. Then you got to check in the hotel. Then you got to get up and they actually did an early game because it was Memorial Day. It was 5 o'clock local time. And so that's just an entire mess. So Detroit, to me, tonight's game could decide whether or not we win the series. Now, we can't guarantee Strider's going to go out there and win tomorrow night. And you can't guarantee that Lorenzen's going to go out there and pitch well on Wednesday. But signs point to yes. So I think this is an incredibly important game. And if I didn't have to do all the studio stuff that I've got to get done tonight, Same thing on Thursday night. I would be doing the game, but we are bringing you 4 this week. We're bringing you Tuesday night, Wednesday, Friday night, Saturday, and we are going to put. I've talked to one of the guys that helps me out with this as far as the production, and we've made a decision that even when we don't do a game, get the play-by-play, we will put the chat up. One of us will get it up, come hell or high water. So that's in play. Just because honestly, if I'm sitting there watching the game and I'm not doing the game, I kind of miss our chat because it's where I talk with most of y'all about Braves. Because if you get out there on Twitter, man, you're going to get some knucklehead that is either anti-Brave, he's disguised his account, or you're going to get into someone who just really doesn't know the game. Or half the time, I don't know where to find the people. So that's what these streams will be for on the non play-by-play games. Obviously, we're still going to bring 4 to 6 games a week. So that's not going to change. But even when we go to Boston, I'm going to figure out a way to get those 2 games in on our chat. And I'll tell you what, you might get me in. You might get a pop up after the victory. If we end up winning the game in Boston, the game we're going to, you might get a pop-up from me celebrating the night away because I've never been to Fenway. It's always one of those buckets. I've been to Fenway. I think I've told this story, but I went to go take the tour, and it's had something to do with the weather, and I feel like there was another aspect that ended up it canceled. It got canceled. This was about a decade ago, I think. Somewhere around 2012, maybe 2011. I think it was 2011. So actually a dozen years ago, I was up there for a job interview in Boston and just happened to going, man, that's Fenway. I didn't realize where I was going was that close to Fenway, and they happened to be off that day, but there was they had a tour. I say, what the hell? I'll take the tour, and then never got in. Got basically to the gate and took like 3 or 4 steps in. They said, "Oh well, we're gonna have to cancel." So, anyways, looking forward to this year finally getting to Fenway. It's one of my bucket lists. I've been to Wrigley. I'd like to go to Wrigley again. I've been to Wrigley. I'd like to go to Wrigley. The next time I go to Wrigley, I would like to go with friends and enjoy the Wrigleyville, all the bar scenes. I was living up there for a very short period of time. When I found out I was moving back to Florida, I basically ran over to Wrigley to catch a game. It was Cubs Marlins. I remember it was a shootout. I don't even remember who won. I just remember it was a shootout. And I sat in the bleachers with nobody that I knew, and it was fun. But I want to do Wrigley right next time. I've been outside of St. Louis's stadium, never been in to watch a game because the one time I got there, it was not baseball season. So there's still a lot of these. I've been to a couple, essentially. Been to a ton of Braves games, but have never really got to do. And me and my wife have talked about over the next several years, we want to try to hit one of these. It may not happen every year, but we'd like to do every other year, every 3 years, be able to knock them off our bucket list. And one of the things that we do when we do go to a game, we've been doing this since we met. Our first getaway, little vacation it wasn't too long after we met. She surprised me with spring training tickets to a Braves game down in Orlando. And we went down there and had a very nice time. And since then, we always get a baseball at the stadium. So we've got all these baseballs collected where we can look at it, go, oh, yeah, remember, we got that, and, where we got that and all that kind of stuff. So baseball is a big part of my life, obviously. And it's been a big part of my life even before we started doing this, before I ever started doing sports talk. Ever since I was a little kid, it's always been baseball. To me, it lends itself more to family and a friends type of game. Football, man, you get to talk to the wrong person about football and they'll get their, they'll get their drawers in a knot and start getting all ticked off. And baseball is the one sport to me that fans can talk about all year long. They can give each other a hard time, but when you meet a baseball fan, or at least this is me, when you meet a baseball fan, even if they don't pull for your team, I'm excited to meet a baseball fan that knows baseball, loves baseball. I don't even care if they can talk it, just the fact that they enjoy the game. When you meet a football fan, you're like, well, you're a dime a dozen. And I'm a big football fan. But it's funny. I got to talking this weekend about this very thing and talked about the way that the game of baseball, because of the breaks in the action and because of a lot of different things, and I'll probably get more into this down the road, but that's why baseball is the greatest sport that's ever been invented. Because you go to a football game or you go to a football watching party, how many times are people going, shh, 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 I want to hear what they say. Oh, shh, everyone's on the edge in between plays. Yeah, you got 30 seconds or whatever in between, but everyone's usually reacting to it. And baseball's different. It's also the only sport that the game can change on the drop of, a millisecond. One swing of the bat can decide the game, and you don't get that in any other sport. And I'll go round and round with folks about that. You don't get that in football. It's a build-up. It's a crescendo. You can see it unfolding. Baseball, nothing game in the ninth. Bam! Game over. Or nothing game in the first. Bam! And you don't know, but that's the only run that will be scored. So, anyways, let's go ahead and take a quick break. We're going to hit the top of the hour. Tones is on the way. Looking forward to him talking about the weekend that was. And it got a lot of stuff going on in the world of sports. You got the NBA Finals. How many of y'all are into that? I'll be interested to hear about that. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country Baseball. And the Braves Tigers tonight, 6:40. We'll talk more about that because I just came across something. You're listening to WQEE 99.1 FM, The Key in Noonan, Georgia.
Armchair. You're listening to the Armchair Quarterback Sports Radio, #1 sports station.
Good afternoon, and this is your Armchair Quarterbacks Sports Flash. Good Monday afternoon, and here are your standings in Major League Baseball as we hit the middle of June. American League East looks like this. The Rays are 5.5 in front of the Baltimore Orioles, 9.5 against the New York Yankees, who dropped 2 of 3 to their arch rival Boston Red Sox this weekend. Toronto's 10.5 behind Tampa, and the Red Sox are in last place, 14 out of the American League East. AL Central, little tighter race. Minnesota 1.5 over the Guardians. White Sox 4.5 back. Tigers 5.5 back. Tigers are the Braves series starting tonight. They're on a 9-game losing streak. It'll be in Detroit. Royals are 14.5 back and pretty much left for dead in the AL Central. Texas Rangers in the American League West, even without Jacob deGrom, they have a 5-game lead over the Houston Astros. Angels are 6.5 out. Mariners are 10 back. And the Oakland A's, worst record in baseball, 25.5 out. Should be noted, A's are only 3 in front of Kansas City in the loss column for that race for the #1 pick in Major League Baseball draft in 2024. National League looks like this. In the East, your Atlanta Braves, 3.5 in front of the Marlins. We are 40-25 on the year, a .615 winning percentage. 8 of our last 10 have come out in victories. Miami, who is 3.5 out, they are also 8-2 in their last 10. Phillies are 8 back, 7-3 in their last 10. And the New York Metropolitans are 9.5 out. They've lost 8 of their last 10 games. Washington, 13.5 out. They've won 3 of the last 10. As we head to the NL Central, Pirates are 1 up on the Brewers. Pittsburgh, break them up. The Pirates, 7 of their last 10, leading Milwaukee by 1, Cincinnati by 4, and the Cubs by 6.5. The early season favorites to win the NL Central and maybe even make a run towards the pennant. St. Louis Cardinals are not only 8 back, they are 12 games under 500, have lost 7 of their last 10, winning percentage of .409. Changes could be a-coming. Arizona out west, they lead the Dodgers by 3.5. They've won 5 in a row, 8 of their last 10. Those 2 losses came to the hands of the Atlanta Braves. Dodgers have lost 7 of their last 10 games. San Francisco Giants, they're hanging around, 1 game over 500, 5-5 in the last 10. Padres 9 out. Rockies 14 out. The Braves will see Colorado in Atlanta starting Thursday night. The wild card standings look like this. If it all ended today, Baltimore, the Yankees, the Astros, they'd all get in. But on the outside looking in, with realistic hopes and possibly moves at the trading deadline, Toronto, half game back. Angels, 1.5 out. Red Sox are 4 back. Mariners, 5. The Guardians are 5.5 out of that wild card race. In the National League, Dodgers, Marlins, and Brewers would all be in. Philly is 1.5 out of the race, while the Giants are just a half game back. You've also got the Padres 2.5 out, Reds 3 out, Mets 3 out, and the Cubs are 5.5 back. Should be noted in the National League wild card race, Dodgers and Marlins are in a flat-footed tie for the top wild card spot. Brewers are 3 back of those two teams. In the American League, the Baltimore Orioles have a commanding 4.5 game lead over Houston, who has the last slot. They're 4 games in front of the Yankees. And real quick on the Major League Baseball scoreboard for tonight. You got a pretty decent slate for a Monday. Braves and Tigers, 6:40 Eastern. No play-by-play tonight. We will have the fan cast up for folks who want to keep up with the game and chat amongst Braves country. We're back play-by-play, pitch-by-pitch tomorrow night. Tuesday, 6:40. It's Spencer Strider night. Tonight, it's Charlie Morton. Other games on the docket tonight. Marlins at the Mariners, 9:40 first pitch. Luzardo versus Bryce Miller, 9:40 Eastern. Phillies are at the Diamondbacks. Strom versus Henry. Mets are off tonight. They begin their 2-game set against the Yankees in Queens at 7:10 on Tuesday. Other games, Rockies and Red Sox, Giants and Cardinals, Logan Webb on the mound. Angels are at the Rangers at 8:05 first pitch. The Reds and Royals, Weaver versus Greinke. Late tonight, the final pitch, Tampa Bay Rays go to Oakland. Zach Eflin versus Caprillion. And that's your Armchair Quarterback Sports Flash. Stay tuned for Braves Country right here on WQEE 99.1 FM, The Key in Noonan, Georgia, simulcasting on youtube.com at Braves Country.
It's summertime, and that means the return of all the fun and excitement of Chattahoochee baseball at historic Golden Park. Bring the whole family down for a night of fun. Tickets start as low as $10 with a discount for kids, seniors, and active military. Or celebrate a special night at the park with a group package or suite night. For game dates and more, visit GoHoots.com. That's GoHoots.com.
Don't you understand? This pool is our bootstraps, and it's lifting us up into the middle class, dude.
Well, just accept the fact that you're white trash, all right? Take a look at yourself. You can't do backflips. You don't know karate. You're white trash.
Well, the season's finally here, and the players hit the field. And every man feels like a boy, and every wife could kill. 'Cause he's the armchair quarterback. He's full of beer, and he's full of snacks. The all-American man.
Welcome back. See the comments by Brandon. Yeah, I actually went to Yankee Stadium, but the new one. I never got to go to the old one, which I'm, sad about that, but I never had the opportunity. Went to a couple of stadiums in New York, but never got a chance to go to Yankee Stadium. Would have liked to have gotten to Yankee Stadium in '96 and warn Bobby Cox after game 2 not to leave or not to go to Wohlers. I would have liked to have done that if I could turn back time. Yankee Stadium, the new one was phenomenal. I mean, now I got there shortly after it opened. Trying to remember what year. I know it opened like in 2009 or whatever it was. I think I was there in 2010 was the first time, but it might have been 2011. 2011, I went several times because that was the summer I was up there. I was living in New York for about a summer, and I began in the city, and then I ended up working out in the Hamptons in the culinary industry. And I made a couple of games during the summer but right before the summer began, their summer season out there in the Hamptons, I went to several games, and I mean, it was an absolute palace. But I'll tell you what, Citi Field is a nice stadium too, and I think it gets a bad rap. Now, take the Mets fans out of it, okay? Take them out of it. Citi Field was an absolutely I think it got a bad rap, especially when I was there, because the Mets weren't very good. And realize that this comes off the heel of, at the time, the Mets had just blown a couple of, if this doesn't sound familiar, Mets had just blown a couple of just disastrous seasons at their fans. There was the one against the Phillies where they like collapsed at the end of September. And so there was a bad taste in the mouth for Mets fans. This is right before they were about to get to the World Series. What was that? Was that 2015 that they made it to the World Series against the Royals and lost? So this was right before that, and I would go to the games, and it was actually kind of fun because the Mets fans were so mad at their ownership at the time. I forget the name of that group. So Wilpon or something like that. Anyways, they would just be yelling stuff out. They never believed they were going to make the playoffs. Now, it's a different story nowadays. I'm sure you're in there nowadays. I'm sure there's like true hate and not the fake drummed up hate that Frank the Tank gives you for social media. I mean, I bet there's some true venom out there. I'm going to allege that if Frank the Tank was as angry as he was at the Mets all the time, if it wasn't a bit, that dude at that age and the shape that he's in, he'd already spit the bit. He at least would have had several rushes to the hospital. So I feel like that's all dramatics. And I mean, he does a good job. Look, I even watch his videos because they make me laugh, because I figure he's doing a portrayal of what a lot of Mets fans are doing. There's no way that guy's like that all the time, because if he was, what was that, Costanza's dad that said, when they asked how old would so-and-so be if she were alive today, and he said she never would have made it. It's like that kind of thing. Anyways, but Yankee Stadium was fun. We saw a couple of games there, and I saw a game against the Blue Jays. It was either on the 4th of July. Anyways, it was 4th of July weekend. And I remember I'd made plans to hang out with a friend that night. And so I'm going to meet her at a barbecue or whatever, but I wanted to go to the Yankees game because I already bought tickets. I just moved to the city, that kind of thing. Or actually, no, that's when I was actually visiting. Okay, so this was probably before 11. This is probably 2010. And go to the game, and they're getting just drilled. And then all of a sudden, here comes a comeback. And Jeter was involved in the whole 9 yards. And I had started to make my way out of the stadium. This was the first time I'd been there. I had not paid attention to the fact that as you were walking out towards the concourse, there was this enormous screen that was like the size of like a 2-story, 3-story building. So there were a boat, because I noticed a lot of people live. I was like, man, that is crazy. I know it's 4th of July weekend, but I cannot believe that this many people are leaving. Well, what a little did I know is they weren't leaving. They were crammed and watching this, and they almost came back. I mean, it was phenomenal. And I didn't have a dog in the hunt, but I couldn't help but pull for the Yankees at that juncture, because I wanted to see the crowd go bananas. It was an incredible game. And I want to say the Yankees lost, but that's what sticks out to me more than anything else. That and having to, they jam you like sardines once you get on the train. I tell you this, if you go to a Yankee game, unless you're leaving very early, hang back. Let a few trains go, because everybody is in a hurry trying to get out of there. And if you just hang back, I learned this after, if you just hang back, give it a little bit, smoke you one on the sidewalk or something, you're gonna enjoy the ride back wherever you're heading to much more. You're just about crammed in there. My claustrophobia started working up. So that was an experience. But the Mets stadium, it was really cool. It was laid back, man. I remember laughing so much. I went to a day game. It was one of those businessman special type things. And so they had slashed the prices when the Mets stunk. They hadn't put a lot of money in the team. And I forget what their regular price was at the time. I want to say it was around 60 to 80 bucks at that time. Then this is a decade plus. They had slashed the prices to it was like $20 or $30. And I was off that day. It wasn't where I was, and it was a Wednesday afternoon. I remember it was beautiful skies. I was like, oh, I got to go to this. I mean, what the hell? I mean, why did I move to this city if I wasn't going to go watch baseball, right? And it was an absolute blast. And then, of course, we have the famous, we don't have to get into that today, but the famous story of me and my buddy Billy going to the Braves Mets game on Latin night, or I think that's what they called it, Latin night. But anyways, they were all wearing Los Mets. And the short of it was I was mocking the crowd because Braves were winning. So I kept saying, El Bravo's this, Los Mets, that kind of thing. And someone finally, jumped up and said something to the effect of, it's Latin night. Wanted me to go, ooh, I'm sorry. And instead I waited for a real quietness. I said, all I know is Los Bravos is kicking El Buttos all over the place. And even the Mets fans started dying laughing. But Mets, Yankees, both of their stadiums are really nice stadiums. And I hate the Mets. I hate everything about the Mets, but it's cool because when you get off the Mets train, you just walk right in. You walk right up. They got the Big Apple there. That's iconic. And, they got the whole thing there. They even have a little thing there for Jackie Robinson, kind of like a little museum because he played for the Dodgers. So a lot of Dodger fans, they identify with the Mets because they don't want to be Yankees fans, especially the older ones. Tones is jumping in here, so give me 1 second. Let me switch the screen here, get him in here. But I highly recommend going to Citi Field if you get a chance, and pulling against the Mets, obviously. But Tones, how the hell are you, sir?
Good, brother. How we doing? Happy Monday. We got a championship game tonight, probably a clinching game tonight. So we'll see how that goes.
I'm seeing you with your cap off more and more. Are you sporting hair plugs these days or something? Did you used to have like a bozo look or something that I'm not aware of?
I got a Braves country sponsorship. No, I honestly I got a Hair for Men sponsorship. No, I just was coming from a nice place this week, and I had a wedding, and I didn't have the whole toolbox handy as a wardrobe, so I went hatless for a couple days.
Speaking of that, I went to a baby's birthday yesterday, and a guy I hadn't seen in a while that I used to work with. He had hair plugs. I hadn't noticed it. My wife noticed it and found out that he went overseas. I want to say she said India. I have to double check. Maybe I can get her to answer a text during the break. But evidently, it's like a thing where people go over there, whatever the name of the city she said, I recognize it instantly. I just can't recall it right now. And they go over there to get the hair plugs. I don't know if it's because it's that much cheaper, which I would think once you put airfare, it wouldn't be, or if it's just that much better than what they have going on in the States. But she said that stewardesses will talk about how on the flights back to the States, all the guys will have their head wrapped and everything. Have you ever heard of this?
No, I personally haven't, but it sounds interesting and quite frankly doesn't surprise me. So that'll be something I guess I got to research on a little bit.
I'm going to find out from this. This is because it really cracked me up because I was like, wait a minute, they're flying over there?
Right? That sounds interesting. I mean,
it's really odd that the guy who got it done would do it, because one of the reasons why I never noticed it, he always had a cap on because we all worked together.
Right. So yeah,
I think he's been divorced for a couple of years. I think it's finally. I think he's going da 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 back on the prowl. Da, 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 da.
Yep, no more just the slouch phase. You're on the prowl phase now.
Like that's all fun and games, but that old hair plug thing's not going to help you when they start falling out, or the rest of your hair falls out, but the plugs stay in. I bet that's a good look, right?
Everything else is out.
It's holding on. The rest is just abandoned ship.
Oh man. Yep, they reap what they sow in that case, sadly. Or well, not sadly. They asked for it.
Anyways, enough of the hair plug surgery talk. How'd you enjoy your sports weekend?
Good. It was a busy one, but I did squeak in what I can. The hockey game Saturday was an interesting one, and I sprinkled in some baseball as well. The Cubs played good games Friday, Saturday, took a bad loss yesterday, but now this week we return home against the first place Pirates, so maybe we could do some damage along those lines. But other than that, I watched UFC at a wedding on Saturday as well. Some OG in attendance had his phone on the UFC camera. So I'm like, yeah, I'll peep into this while it's up.
I see Brandon talking about the Vols baseball team. Brandon, they are playing at 6:00 tonight. I checked that today because today I got home and I was like, I thought there was supposed to be a bunch of college baseball on this afternoon because that's what the thing said from yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
And I guess they just whittled it down because there's only a couple that are still around. They pushed the Vols Southern Miss to 6, and they pushed. Is it Texas? Is it Stanford they're playing? Anyways, that game's been pushed to 8. That game's going to be on ESPN. I want to see the Texas game. I mean the Tennessee game. It's either SEC Network or ESPNU. It was one of those things where they're trying to get you to. You're not going to get it on your basic, I don't think. It's let me see. I'll find it here. ESPN. Oh, it's on ESPN too. Okay, that's not bad.
Yeah, that ain't too bad. It ain't like it's on ESPN the Ocho.
Exactly.
Which, well, we're far too familiar with when you're a betting sports fan. Sometimes you find yourself on channels that you don't even think exist.
You start doubling down on the dodgeball tournament. Yeah.
Oh man, dodgeball classic.
Let's take a quick break. It's 420. Smoke them if you got them. We'll be back in a flash. Going to talk some more about that college baseball along with regular baseball. And where is D-Hop heading? Tighten up, baby. We'll be back in a flash.
You're a cop, huh?
No, what I am, Sonny, is about 50 pounds heavier and one hell of a lot meaner, so you better straighten up your act. I don't think I like you.
Dixie Handle Company, 5 generations of the Strickland family have produced quality hardwood farm and garden tools, wooden shutters, and custom furniture. This small business has been owned and operated since 1992 and ships to customers across the world. If you're looking for the highest quality tool handles, Dixie Handle Company is your place. Every item is hand-picked to your specifications. If it's made of wood, they do it. Call now, 931-722-3395. That's 931-722-3395. Or go online to dixiehandle.com. The Dixie Handle Company. Welcome to Craftsmanship, a proud sponsor of Braves Country Baseball.
It's the best in sports and entertainment, and get locked in and locked down with Rhino Radio Penitentiary, 7 a.m. to 10 a.m. with your host, me, Ryan O'Neill, each and every morning, right here with the best in sports and entertainment, all the way from professional sports to college sports to River Dragons hockey and everything in between, including some of the very best local and national guests. It's the Rhino Radio Penitentiary, 7 a.m. to 10 a.m. Monday through Friday, right here on 99.1 FM WQEE.
It's summertime, and that means the return of all the fun and excitement of Chattahoochee baseball at historic Golden Park. Bring the whole family down for a night of fun. Tickets start as low as $10 with a discount for kids, seniors, and active military. Or celebrate a special night at the park with a group package or suite night. For game dates and more, visit GoHoots.com. That's GoHoots.com.
The decision to have the kids earn their jersey numbers, is there a story behind that, and what are you hoping that be?
I'm old school. Anybody here over 45? Didn't we have to earn every darn thing we got? Ain't nobody gave us nothing. So this whole new thing, first of all, we got this new thing now in college football about double numbers. We didn't have, if somebody gave you a double number in college, that assured that you weren't gonna play. That's how it was, wasn't it? Now it's like normal. You gotta earn stuff. Ain't nobody giving you nothing. We got kids, they played a snap, and you want to be one? You know what number one meant back in the day for us? That you were that one. Now you got number one getting the frame tore out of him out there on the field. Like, come on, you got to be crazy.
Armchair.
Welcome back to Braves Country. Mac Magee and the Armchair Quarterbacks, weekdays, 3 to 5 p.m., drive time on WQEE.
Welcome back.
So I asked my wife during the break where that was, and she's telling me where this guy's originally from. I'm like, that's not what you said. I know it's like, no. I'm pretty sure it's India, but I just can't remember where in India. But I might have to do some research on that and get back to that down the road. The starter is out for the Detroit Tigers, Mason Englert, and it's what I suspected. It will be a bullpen game. Don't expect him to go more than about an inning, so they're just going to try to dink and dunk because, and hopefully the Braves can get the W. If you want to know anything about Englert, I mean, if you want the whole 9 yards, just Google it. But he goes about an inning sometimes too, if things are going well. He's got a 5 ERA. Let me see how many. He's got 25 strikeouts in 36 innings. And let's look at his. What it looks like to me is he is a righty, by the way. What it looks like to me is probably not a power pitcher. He has a high whip too, 1.5. And when you have a high whip like that and you're not a strikeout pitcher, you're going to have an opportunity to score. Here's the thing. If they don't get to him early, he's got a handful of these outings where he goes 2 innings, gives up none. So it'll be interesting to see how they attack him. Knowing the Braves are going to try to ambush him. That's what Acuna and company does. And we'll see if it works out for him or not. So that's the starting lineup for them. As far as the Tigers are concerned, for those who are familiar with their lineup, I'm just going to give you the cliff notes. Torkelson is in the lineup. Javi Baez is in the lineup. Veerling is in the lineup. And see, Maton with his 6 home runs is in the lineup. A couple of guys are missing. They're probably their best hitting catcher, even though he's only got hit 167. He does have 8 home runs. Rogers is in the lineup. So there you have that. So you watching tonight? Are you watching the NBA Finals?
I'll have it on, not the main TV probably, but it'll definitely be on a TV. I think it's one of those things where I do believe it's going to be the Nuggets tonight, so I'll be watching a little bit to see them hoist the trophy.
So you'll have multiple viewing options, and that'll be one of them.
Yeah, I'll have baseball on 1 or 2. I got Greinke pitching in a couple leagues, so I'll keep an eye on the Royals. The Cubs are off, so I'll be bouncing around a little bit.
The student has become the master. There you go.
Exactly. We're learning, brother.
Everybody I know do not have less than 2 viewing devices wherever you typically hang out at home.
Correct.
That way, worst case scenario, let's say your significant other's not a sports fan and they want to watch a movie or a television. That's fine. You mute whatever the heck you got. If you're really into what they're saying, you can always put the CCs on, right? But you gotta have more than one. I was doing that the first time that I can remember it being significant. Well, I was doing it as a bachelor almost right off the jump.
Mm-hmm.
I remember back in the day, all you had was cable.
Mm-hmm.
All this Wi-Fi stuff. So we were splitting the cables from the actual cable television.
Right.
That was before you needed like a box.
Mm-hmm.
So it worked out really well. And then they went to the box and that kind of screwed us. So we had to figure out how to finagle that. But this started with me from the very beginning. The first apartment I ever had as a kid, we're talking about early 90s. You got to realize nobody did this, Tones, at the time.
Right.
Well, you walk in to my apartment, my roommates loved it. All guys, all sports fans. And we had parties regularly. 18, 19 years old, 20, 21 is what we would tell the police. And people would walk and go, what the hell is going on in here? They're like, well, you got TVs in every corner. Of course, we'd have cables running across. So that was the biggest obstacle. Make sure people didn't trip over the cable. And every once in a while, someone would kick over the cable, the television go flying and go, no!
You were the original man cave. You were the Buffalo Wild Wings before those type of things became into true fashion.
I had them in every corner. We even had one house pretty early on that I had staged it up into the guest bathroom. You walked in there, guess what you had above the turlet? You had about a 13-inch color TV where you didn't miss the game. And I'll never forget this. It was my boss at the time. He came over with his at that point fiance. They did end up breaking up, so it's kind of funny that he moved out west, and I can't remember what that whole story was. But anyways, this is like early to mid 90s. I remember him walking in and looking all around. He's a huge sports fan. He goes, I want to come over and play at Magee's. And she said something to the effect of, if you do, we won't be together very often or much longer, because she knew I liked to, party. And she was inferring that women, we're going to be chasing women. He was talking about watching ball games. And I remember her walking away, and I remember one of my buddies looked at him and goes, well, this ain't gonna last long, buddy. I can tell you right now.
You just struck out low key, buddy.
Yeah, sure enough, as the football season went on, he was over there more and she was over there less, and we kind of picked up on the fact, well, we don't have to save that date anymore.
Do we return the save the date? What do we do with it, buddy?
Yeah, we don't have to save that date and go Vols. That was the year that that particular year was the year that the Vols won the national championship. But anyways, yeah, you gotta have options. Mm-hmm. I know nowadays it's a little different because you at least have your phone.
Yeah, you could always have your screen on your phone. Personally, though, with how much fantasy and stuff goes on nowadays, you almost have to have your phone in order to do that type of stuff. So it's crazy. Well,
yeah. Plus there's other stuff you want to do on your phone. You want to hit Twitter or something like that. I don't want my phone jazzed up with if I'm in a situation I've got to do it, then that's great.
Like if you're at a wedding or something.
Yeah. My phone's a pretty normal size now. I remember at one point I'd gone all in on the one of the big Mama Jammas, and that lasted less than a year. I'm like, what the hell am I doing with this thing, man? I can't put it in any pocket. I almost have to like wear it as a belt buckle. It's so damn big.
Yeah, my lady has a huge phone. It's like, why don't you just get a laptop at that point? Carry around a laptop. I mean, she has a laptop, but the phone is growing near in size.
Yeah, I'll probably have, I don't know. I'm on the fence. I say I'm going to put the game on tonight, the NBA Finals. I don't know if I actually will.
Mm-hmm.
Because I know I'm going to have Braves on. I know,
Mm-hmm.
That's a given. Is there another game? Man, I kind of want to see that. I'm kind of interested in what's going to go down in that Giants Cardinal series. So I don't know. It's going to be difficult.
Angels at Texas is fun too.
Yeah, but it's at Texas.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, 8:00. Yeah, it's going to be between that and the Giants Cardinals, whichever one's close.
Yep.
They're and I got to do some stuff in the studio tonight, so I only have I'll only be able to see like 3 or 4 screens. I know, poor me, right?
Yeah, I'll only be able to see 3 or
One of the
4.
screens will be whatever my wife wants to watch. I told her, we can watch whatever. She can put the volume on. I'm going to keep it on the Braves game while I do some actual studio work.
Mm-hmm.
And we're going to keep the feed up for folks that want to chat. And I'm sure I'll be in there chatting away, going, "What the hell?" But I have to decide on 2 games that I want to see. CC, and one of them obviously be the Braves.
Not sadly, I picked up Greinke for spot start tonight, so I'm going to check out Royals Reds at 8:10, see how that one goes.
And am I wrong on this? Isn't the game starting at 8:30? Yeah, it's starting at 8:30. There's no way I'm going to watch it. Because I'm not going to start watching a game that's not going to end till around 11. Because I've got an early day tomorrow, so I'm like, nah. All right, I'm out. Because the Braves start at 6:40 is phenomenal. It means that we're going to be done hopefully around 9, which means I'll be able to maybe call it a night before 10.
Mm-hmm. Yankees Red Sox. That was an interesting one this weekend. Yeah,
I would have loved for that series to wrap around into a Monday night, right?
Yeah, that would have been nice. I was hoping it did, but not that lucky.
God's name, since you brought that up, what in God's name was Gleyber Torres doing?
Oh, I mean,
and the outlet tried to take the blame for folks that missed that. It was a routine throw into the infield to second base. Red Sox had just hit a single. Yankees were up 1, 9th inning. It was a leadoff single, wasn't it?
Mm-hmm.
And he tosses a 1-hopper to second. And because Torres just kind of half-ass made a movement towards it, the ball kicked away towards in between first base and right field, and the runner made it down to second. Now and now you don't have to get a base hit to tie the game.
Mm-mm. Yeah, and a lot of Yankees fans seemingly have had enough of Gleyber's sloppy defense, and he is a free agent after this season, so it'll be interesting to see.
Is he a free agent? Okay, I didn't know that.
So I could see the Yankees truly letting him walk. I don't know what the market looks like and whatnot, and the Yankees always do come locked and loaded with their offers, but I want to be shocked if the Yankees do let him test the market.
They've been through the ringer with him. What? Is he only 26?
Yeah, that sounds about right because he came over from the Cubs in the Aroldis Chapman trade the year we won the World Series way back when in 2016, and he was just.
That's why I guess maybe because we've just been talking about him for so long, I assumed he was almost 30.
Yeah, that's not a bad assumption. The more you talk about a guy, sometimes it's like, wow.
He doesn't turn 27 until December.
Mm.
That's an interesting one because it's not like he's having a terrible offensive year.
No.
For a second baseman to be on pace to hit between 25 and 30 home runs, 253, we'll say he's going to get around 70 RBI. He's got a 760 OPS. I mean, that's solid.
Very.
But I don't watch enough Yankee baseball, but I do listen to a lot of folks who do watch it. And according to them, about once every other week is essentially how they lay it out. He does something that makes you go, what the hell was that? And last night was a perfect. I mean, just kind of like, oh, well, that sucks that I couldn't get to it. Dude, you got to put your body in front of that.
Mm-hmm. You do. And also, I've seen a play earlier this week as well that he fielded a grounder, went to turn 2, and he just lobbed it way over the first baseman's head. Didn't even look like he was trying on the throw. Didn't look like he exerted any force, and it sailed way over his head. It's like, dude, a second baseman in second grade could have made that throw.
Yeah, well, it's, all right, to me, the biggest thing, I mean, I could only imagine my head absolutely exploding if that was an Atlanta Brave doing that, right?
Mm-hmm.
Against the Mets, because that's essentially what he did, or the Phillies. It's essentially what he did. It's their biggest rivalry. And it's on Sunday Night Baseball.
Mm-mm.
It's a full-blown clown show, right?
Yeah, that is.
And it's I just when you have a guy like that does something like that, if you're Aaron Boone, why do you not bench him immediately in front of everybody on national television? And then if he gets in the dugout, goes, you can't embarrass me like that. No, you can't embarrass us that way.
Yeah. I mean, we've seen it earlier a couple days ago in the week, and it was not even as bad as a non-hustle thing, in my opinion. The Red Sox took it out on Alex Verdugo, benched him a game. Yankees seemingly
I mean, the Braves benched Ozuna.
Yep.
After he hit that 400-something foot single. I still say they should have done it while he was standing on first.
That would have been awesome. And that's how you really, I mean, you send a message.
That's how you send the message. That's what I'm saying. The Yankees should have benched him as soon as it happened.
Mm-hmm.
Because that's how you send the message. And you're not just sending it to him. You're sending it to the fan base of, okay, we care. You're sending it to the team as far as saying, I better straighten up.
Now look what happens. They don't send a message, and he does it a couple times in a couple days.
I mean, I know this is a long grinding game, it's a long grinding season, but you can also look at it the other way. For about 2.5, 3 hours a day, you have to pay attention and be on it. The rest of your day, you're working out, you're getting ready, but you don't have to be 100% on it. And not a lot of people in America can say that about their job, especially the ones that pay as highly as yours do.
Exactly.
So I just, if I'm him, I bench him immediately.
Yeah. You don't have a choice, in my opinion. I think
not that he made a mistake. It was that he was half-assing it.
And that's the biggest thing, right? It's one thing, I've been a coach before for high schoolers in baseball, and it's one thing if the players make a mistake, you really do feel bad for them. You're a little pissed off, right? But you do feel bad for them. But when they inadvertently don't hustle, that really, really gets you going. Because as a coach, your job is to win games, build relationships on the team, and better the team as you move forward. When someone's not hustling, it seems like it's sending the wrong message, or perhaps you are sending the wrong message as a coach, and it's not fun because it comes off as a little ignorant.
I look at it as this: don't half-ass anything, whole-ass everything.
Correct.
Whole ass in it, man. All right, let's get into the D-Hop situation. He is, so I guess he's talking with the Titans today, and then tomorrow he's going to go talk to the Patriots. I don't know if he's going to be exactly in New England tomorrow to talk to him, but that's where he's going.
Mm-hmm.
And I would love to know what he thinks he's worth and the length of the contract he's looking for.
Yeah. I heard maybe I heard the potential offer, not what he's looking for, but I heard some teams are looking in the 1 year to 8 to 10 million range.
Right, but what does he think? Because if he was ever going to get a multi-year deal, this is probably it.
Oh yeah, he'd inflate his value if there's any time to.
If he goes to a 1 year deal, I think he would expect more than 8 to 10 million, don't you?
I think so. I think he'd have to at that point.
See, if I'm him, I say, look, give me an opportunity to come here and produce, but I want a little bit more, but I'm going to hold you on to the 1 year.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that opens up his market a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
If he's looking for a 3-4 year deal, he's in his early 30s. He hasn't really done anything. Now, look, I still think his talent is there. This is not a Julio Jones situation, right?
Right.
I think he's still producing. He's just been with a quarterback that has just been absolutely non-existent.
Mm-hmm.
That's what, and I know he might be looking at it a different way, but that's what I would think about doing. Get that 1 year deal. You go out there and really ball out this year. Then we could be talking about next season looking for the 2 to 3, bigger chunk money deal.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think you got to come in on a prove it deal, earn your worth, and then you go get that big payday.
You just wonder if his theory is, well, I've already proved it. I'm D-Hop.
True.
Do you think he could end up at Cleveland?
I think it would be a good fit for Cleveland. Do I think he ends up going there ultimately? No, because I think he's gonna go to a little. I mean, that's tough. That's tough. They could use him for sure. I think it'd be a great fit. Ultimately, I don't think he goes there.
I don't know what they're at as far as the cap is and whatnot, but to me it would be interesting because he had so much success with Watson down in Texas, and Watson needs a receiving core.
Mm-hmm.
What's the deal with Cooper?
He's there. He's fine, but he's getting a little
up about him. Didn't something flash up? A minor injury or something? Cooper back with team after surgery yesterday. Okay, that's what it was.
Yeah, so he's back, and it seems like the hopes is to have him ready to roll by the start of the regular season.
But as it stands right now, essentially that's their receiving core, right? I mean,
Yeah.
I don't want to sit here and trash everyone else, but let's be real.
Well, they like that Anthony Schwartz kid. He never panned out, so he hit the road. As of right now, they really only have Amari Cooper. Then they acquired Elijah Moore this offseason, and then they have Donovan Peoples-Jones. They don't have a lot of depth there. I wouldn't doubt them making a move by any means at this point. Hopkins would fit nicely there, and then you have Marquise Goodwin, David Bell, and those likes as backups.
So I was going to wait to announce this after the NBA was officially over, but let's just say it's over, right?
Mm-hmm.
Starting the end of this week, we're going to start our mini camps, and for folks that don't know what that is, we leading into the summer. I mean, because we're already midway through June. If we don't get on this now, we're not going to get to everybody.
Right.
We take all the teams of interest and we go over what they've done. This is NFL and college. We'll mix them in. I try to keep it interesting to folks who follow Braves country. We're not doing deep dives on the Arizona Wildcats, right? You know what I mean? Like, we're going to try to keep it east of the Mississippi.
Oh, man.
We will grab some Big Ten teams. We will grab some other teams of national interest, but typically it's Braves country area. And we will start that this week. We'll either start it Thursday or Friday, depending. So I'll get all that information out to you. But I'm my old school, old head, whatever you want to call me. My magazine should be here. It's either today or tomorrow, I think. The old school magazines,
I love the old school magazines.
I went looking for them the other day where I normally get them, and they had a couple, but they weren't the kinds I like. And they said that's all they were getting. I was like, all right, I'm gonna do this the old fashioned way. I'm gonna have to go online and get them to mail them to me.
Yeah, I have to do that as well. I used to look in the local stores, and over the years, they keep getting less and less available, more and more rare, and more expensive. So going online for those is a way to go. I always used to
find this year, and maybe I just went into the wrong segment. They always had the ones that were conference specific.
Really?
So you would get the maybe they don't do that for
Oh yeah, actually, I would get the Big Ten ones. They would be done by
Okay.
The Roto, I believe. Someone like that would do it out here.
Athlon or Lindy's, but you would get, and the reason why I liked it is I'd always get the SEC and ACC, and then I would get a national one.
Yes. And
the reason being is you get a lot more coverage, a lot more information, because they'll dedicate 3 or 4 pages to a team, whereas when you just get the national book, it's like one page, it's one blurb. Sometimes you get a second page on the back, but that's it.
Yeah, I remember the first time I got one of those Big Ten ones. Now that you speak of it, I was waiting on a flight, and I'd seen it was when Greg Schiano came back to Rutgers, and they had a big old ordeal about that. So I'm like, this seems interesting, and I had to pick one up at that point.
I'm trying to remember, Street and Smiths, remember that?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I don't know if they're still around or not, but anyways, my books will be here, and I'm excited about that. But regardless, we're going to start that this week, and we always get our feet wet, trying to fill out the water. So we're not going to do like the Georgia Bulldogs to kick it off. We usually build that crescendo up, right?
Middle Tennessee.
Yeah, I don't know what we'll do this week, but we'll do somewhat of it. We may start off with Georgia Tech because they're rebuilding. There's a lot of things that you could peel apart with Georgia Tech in the direction that they're going. But we'll do a couple this week, and then we'll do many more next week, and we'll build it up. We're still going to talk baseball. Don't get me wrong, but when the NBA gets out of the way, you've got this void in when you're doing a 2-hour daily show. I can't just dissect and just rip apart, Kirby Yates 24/7, 365.
Mm-hmm. Interesting news.
Is Culberson ever going to get in the damn lineup, or at least get an at bat?
Give him something, right? You got to throw everybody.
Like a month ago.
Mm.
I just want to see the guy out there.
Mm-hmm.
I don't care if he goes out there and pinch runs for somebody. Just do something.
Yeah, just have him do something. Interesting news out of New England. Former Jaguars running back James Robinson already released. He just signed with them a couple months back. 2-year, $4 million contract. They already released him.
Well, that tells you he probably didn't come in very good shape. Tonight, by the way, I did guess it right. It's a Texas-Stanford, 8 o'clock. That's a win and you're in. Head to the College World Series. 6 o'clock. Win and you're in. Southern Miss versus Tennessee. That one's on ESPN too. Texas-Stanford's on ESPN. So good college baseball. I might check out a little bit of that. I kind of forgot about that. And then tonight, right here on the Key, don't want to forget to bring that up again. We've got 6:20 Eastern will be the Hoots pregame, and then first pitch 6:35 right here. Chatahoots versus the Gold Diggers. I love that name. I got to get a hat of that. I want to get a Chatahoots hat too, but I have no idea where to go to get those. But the 6:35 Chatahoots versus Gold Diggers tonight, and then Wednesday, Chatahoots will be back at it. Wednesday afternoon, we'll have the Braves Tigers as well as they. Jones will be back with us on the Wednesday call. I think is it next week? I think.
Yeah, I'd have to check my schedule. I think it's in 2 Wednesdays, I believe, though. I don't think it's next week. I think it's the one after next week because I'm.
I can't remember, man. These things run together until I see them, and then it just aligns like the Matrix. I go, oh, yeah, that's right.
I know I'll be around in a couple weeks, and then the home run derby. We got some fun stuff ahead.
Yeah, the home run derby. That one's going to be fun. I got to figure out how we're going to do that because obviously they won't let us show it on the YouTube.
Mm-hmm.
But I want to try to come up with a different look for it and see. I'm gonna kind of play around with it to see what we can do. Have you done any fantasy football yet, by the way?
I have not dipped my toes yet into fantasy football worlds, at least at this point in time. I'm in the heart of fantasy baseball, so football I'll be paying attention to here in the near future. But as of right now, I haven't really dipped too much into the fantasy football worlds as of right now.
Okay, yeah, we got you back on July 5th is what it is.
Yes, sir. July 5th, and then I think a derby, and then like the 12th, something like that.
Yeah, the derby I think is that following Monday.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I take a couple weeks off, I believe.
You going anywhere fun?
Yeah, Wednesday, Thursday, me and Joey got the Cubs game. The next Wednesday, we got a wrestling event, AEW. And then next Thursday, we're actually going down to Orlando, going to hit a couple theme parks over the weekend. So we're going to be in and out, some family and friends going down to that. And it just it's not for my birthday, but it just so happens to be on my birthday next weekend. So that should be fun sometime in the sun in Orlando, in and out of theme parks.
So I still don't know where he went to get the plugs, but I did get a picture sent to me of when the plugs were first applied.
Oh boy.
Oh my God.
Even the viewer discretion is
I
advised.
won't share because that's not fair to the guy. But and not to mention the fact I see and I thought I was right. He wasn't really going bald.
Mm.
And it says, and I did not know this. I thought he was. Well, I know that he was recently single,
Mm-hmm.
but evidently he got married, and so maybe she applied the pressure.
Mm.
She looks younger, so you know how that goes.
Yeah,
Gotta go get the Corvette next.
correct. Yeah, sometimes it's like, hey, honey, do this. Hey, honey, do that. When you latch on to the younger lad, well, sometimes you gotta reap what you sow.
Yeah, that's wow. That's something. That's something.
That's a situation that I'm glad is not me, my friend.
It reminds me of there's a guy that's on the WFAN show, and he doesn't come on very often. I don't even know where he is. I haven't seen him in a while, but last summer they had this guy come in, and he had his hair tattooed onto him.
Oh man.
What I mean by that is it looked like stubble,
Mm-hmm.
but it was permanent.
Oh,
Now, I don't
my
know if you
Lord.
could ever grow hair out of that, but it was to look like a permanent stubble.
Mm.
I was like, what?
Not a look I want to rock.
No, like, what is the point of that? Either go Mr. Clean or let it grow out. If it doesn't grow out, whatever, just shake. But what is that? Get like the stubble look is a good look that you want tattooed the rest of your life?
Yesterday I was at Lou Malnati.
Tattooing a 5 o'clock shadow because that's what he was talking about doing.
That's a dangerous thing. Yesterday, quick, I was
28 tones.
Yeah. I don't know. I was at Lou Malnati.
That reminds me of what's the movie Friday? You ain't got no game, but your daddy, he got game. You ain't got no game because you're tattooing hair and to your face and head. Are you back?
Yeah, just real quick. Sorry, my internet must have heard the story I was about to tell and got scared. But yesterday I was getting pizza, and this guy had leopard spots tattooed onto his head. Not hair, but like the Dennis Rodman cheetah look that he used to rock back in the day. That guy had that tattooed on his head.
So I never thought I'd hear something worse than when Mike Tyson had that dumb thing tattooed on his face. But okay, that's a bit worse.
Everyone was literally looking. I mean, my girlfriend's grandma came in, and she's the sweetest old thing, and she was even like, "Did you see that tattoo on that man's head?" I was like, "Holy crap!"
That is a guy who is screaming for attention.
Yeah, and I mean, he has to know
that
that.
The first guy too to go, "Don't look at me. Why are you looking at me?"
Exactly. You could tell he had that look on his
whole
face.
list of the top 10, man, because we can go for days on this.
Oh man, too good.
How old was he? Would you guess?
I'd say middle 30s, mid 30s. I would say. Yep.
Well, then again, we don't know when he got the stupid tattoo.
Exactly. Could have been 2 years ago. Could have been yesterday. Could have been a decade ago. You never know. But all I will say is this:
being 14, your mom coming home screaming at you, you're gonna regret that the rest of your life. No, I'm not. It's cool.
30 years later, you can't get a girlfriend because you have cheetah spots on your head.
So, married yet? No. Wonder why? That's all Thanksgiving dinner would ever be the rest of your life. You have a girlfriend. You have any prospects? You have any reason for getting up in the morning?
Oh man, that would be too good at Thanksgiving dinner.
Man, ESPN's out of stuff to talk about. They're talking about the hiring of Todd Monken, the Georgia OC, to Baltimore, and what that's going to mean for Lamar Jackson. My God, seriously, they got 3 topics on that station, and they just rotate them.
Yeah, that topic's out of
Lamar Jackson, Aaron Rodgers, and what's LeBron James doing now?
LeBron is working on getting a new headband.
Baseball related, it's got something to do with Shohei Ohtani.
And even then, if it has to do with Ohtani, it's, or Aaron Judge. I'll say Aaron Judge too, but just lack of topics for ESPN. But it's been this way for like a decade now, I feel like.
I watched the Braves cast of the Thursday night game. I watched the replay Saturday night. Because I didn't get a chance to see it live because I was doing the game of Chipper, Smoltz, Glavine, and Frenchie in the booth. I enjoyed it, but I don't know if I would have enjoyed it watching it live because nobody did any play-by-play. That part of it was terrible, but I enjoyed it just being a Braves fan. So I would suggest folks, if they do that again, don't watch it live because you're going to get irritated if you're wanting to get into the game. Watch it afterwards and treat it like I treat it as a podcast you were listening to. Exactly. What is your walk-off? What's your lock? We're running out of time. It's my
lock of the day is the Royals. They're minus 108 tonight, home against the Reds. First pitch, 8-10, Zach Greinke on the mound. My walk-off is enjoy the NBA Finals if you're tuned in. You don't have to make it the center of attention, but tonight is going to be the last game of basketball.
My walk-off is my lock, Logan Webb and the Giants, minus 130 on the money line. Get it. Liberatore and his 6 ERA. Get it. All right, so give me the Giants. My walk-off is no play-by-play tonight, but we will be back tomorrow night, and we'll be back live 3 to 5. Keep it locked in here on WQEE. The YouTube feed will continue to stay up for folks that want to chat during the game, and it's only about an hour and a half away. Y'all have a great one, Braves country. Tones, great job. We'll see you Friday, and it'll be a true football Friday because our mini camps are opening up. Hi-yo!
Let's go!
Goodbye, sweetheart, well, it's time to go. We're back tomorrow with another show. Well, unless we're fired, we'll talk to you then. Goodbye, sweetheart, goodbye. Goodbye.
Guys and gals, it's time to go. We'll see you on the next show.
Same bat time, same bat channel.
Thanks for listening to Braves Country with Mac Magee and the Armchair Quarterbacks on 99.1 FM WQEE, The Key in Noonan, Georgia, and simulcasting on youtube.com/@Braves Country. Braves Country comes your way weekdays, 3 p.m. Eastern to 5 p.m. Eastern. Please follow, like, and subscribe today. Armchair Quarterback Radio, your first choice for Southern sports.
Something of the 5th of September. Something of the 5th of September. She said a lot that I can't remember. Something of the 5th. Can I get another cigarette, please? Can I get another cigarette, please? Yeah, I know I live to regret it. Just give me another cigarette, please.
You're listening to WQEE 99.1 FM, The Key in Noonan, Georgia.
Are you looking for a reliable dental practice that never...
Lineup for yesterday by Ogden Ash. A is for Alex, the great Alexander. More goose eggs he pitched than a popular gander. B is for Bresnahan, back of the plate. The Cubs were his love and McGraw his hate. C is for Cobb, who grew spikes not corn, and made all the basemen wish they weren't born. D is for Dean, the grammatical diz. When they asked who's the tops, said correctly I is. E is for Evers, his jaw in advance, never afraid to tinker with chance. F is for Fordham, and Frankie and Fish. I wish he were back with the Giants, I wish. G is for Gehrig, the pride of the stadium. His record pure gold, his courage pure radium. H is for Hornsby, when pitching to Raj. The pitcher would pitch, then the pitcher would dodge. I is for me, not a hard-hitting man, but an outstanding all-time, incurable fan. J is for Johnson, the big train in his prime, was so fast he could throw 3 strikes at a time. K is for Keeler, as fresh as green paint. the fastest and mostest to hit where they ain't. L is for La Jolla, whom Clevelanders love, Napoleon himself with glue in his glove. M is for Matty, who carried a charm in the form of an extra brain in his arm. N is for Newsom, Bobo's favorite Ken. You ask how he's here, he talked himself in. O is for Ott, of the restless right foot. When he leaned on the pellet stay put. P is for Plank, the arm of the A's. When he tangled with Matty, games lasted for days. Q is for Don Quixote, Cornelius Mack. Neither Yankees nor years can halt his attack. R is for Ruth, to tell you the truth. There's no more to be said, just R is for Ruth. S is for Speaker, swift center field tender. When the ball saw him coming, it yelled, I surrender. T is for Terry, the giant from Memphis, whose 400 average you can't overemphasize. U would be Ubel if Carl wore a cockney, but we say Hubble in baseball like football in Rockney. V is for Vance, the Dodgers' very own Dazzy. None of his rivals could throw as fast as he. W, Wagner, the bow-legged beauty, short, closed to all traffic with Honus on duty. X is the first of two X's in Fox, who was right behind Ruth with his powerful socks. Y is for Young, the magnificent sigh. People battled against him, but I never knew why. Z is for Zenith, the summit of fame. These men are up there. These men are the game. Lineup for yesterday, Ogden Ash, January 1949, Sport Magazine. WQEE 99.1 FM, The Key in Noonan, Georgia. Home of Braves Country with Mac Magee and the Armchair Quarterbacks. Weekdays, 3 p.m. Eastern to 5 p.m. Eastern, right here on The Key and YouTube.com at Braves Country. Braves Country today. We're talking Southern sports. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Braves Country today. Southern sports talk with the voice of Braves Country baseball, Mac Magee. Joined every day from sports analysts from all over Braves Country, talking college football, the NFL, Major League Baseball, and what's trending in the world of sports. Braves Country today. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Hey Braves fans, I'm Mac Magee with Braves Country. We'll be right here on The Key all year long giving you Braves Country baseball, pitch by pitch, inning by inning of your Atlanta Braves. Make sure to catch Braves Country right here on The Key. We go live 3 to 5, and we'll keep you up to date on the upcoming schedule for Braves Country. That's Braves Country HD and Braves Country Baseball right here on The Key. Lineup for yesterday by Ogden Ash. A is for Alex, the great Alexander. More goose eggs he pitched than a popular gander. B is for Bresnahan, back of the plate. The Cubs were his love and McGraw his hate. C is for Cobb, who grew spikes not corn, and made all the basemen wish they weren't born. D is for Dean, the grammatical diz. When they asked who's the tops, said correctly I is. E is for Evers, his jaw in advance, never afraid to tinker with chance. F is for Fordham, and Frankie and Fish. I wish he were back with the Giants, I wish. G is for Gehrig, the pride of the stadium, his record pure gold, his courage pure radium. H is for Hornsby, when pitching to Raj. The pitcher would pitch, then the pitcher would dodge. I is for me, not a hard-hitting man, but an outstanding all-time, incurable fan. J is for Johnson, the big train in his prime, was so fast he could throw 3 strikes at a time. K is for Keeler, as fresh as green paint, the fastest and mostest to hit where they ain't. L is for LaHoy, whom Clevelanders love, Napoleon himself with glue in his glove. M is for Matty, who carried a charm in the form of an extra brain in his arm. N is for Newsom, Bobo's favorite Ken. You ask how he's here, he talked himself in. O is for Ott, of the restless right foot. When he leaned on the pellet stay put. P is for Plank, the arm of the A's. When he tangled with Matty, games lasted for days. Q is for Don Quixote, Cornelius Mack. Neither Yankees nor years can halt his attack. R is for Ruth, to tell you the truth. There's no more to be said, just R is for Ruth. S is for Speaker, swift center field tender. When the ball saw him coming, it yelled, I surrender. T is for Terry, the giant from Memphis, whose 400 average you can't overemphasize. U would be Ubel if Carl wore a Cockney, but we say Hubble in baseball like football in Rockney. V is for Vance, the Dodgers' very own Dazzy. None of his rivals could throw as fast as he. W, Wagner, the bow-legged beauty, short, closed to all traffic with Honus on duty. X is the first of 2 X's in Fox, who was right behind Ruth with his powerful socks. Y is for Young, the magnificent Psy. People battled against him, but I never knew why. Z is for Zenith, the summit of fame. These men are up there. These men are the game. Lineup for yesterday, Ogden Ash, January 1949, Sport Magazine. Hey, Braves Country! Braves Country HD is bringing you Braves Country Baseball all year long. Hi, I'm Mac Magee. We'll be bringing you play-by-play, pitch-by-pitch, inning-by-inning of your Atlanta Braves. Braves Country comes to you every Tuesday night and Friday night, and 2 bonus games every week. Please like and subscribe to youtube.com/@BravesCountry. Casey at the Bat by Ernest Lawrence Thayer. The outlook wasn't brilliant for the Mudville Nine that day. The score stood 4-2, but with 1 inning more to play. And when Cooney died at first and Barrows did the same, a pall-like silence fell upon the patrons of the game. A straggling few got up to go in deep despair. The rest clung to the hope which springs eternal in the human breast. They thought if only Casey could but get a whack at that, We'd put up even money now with Casey at the bat. But Flynn preceded Casey, as did Jimmy Blake, and the former was a hoodoo, while the latter was a cake. So upon that stricken multitude, grim, melancholy sat, for there seemed but little chance of Casey getting to the bat. But Flynn let drive a single, to the wonderment of all, and Blake, the much despised, tore the cover off the ball. And when the dust had lifted, and men saw what had occurred, there was Jimmy safe at second, and Flynn a hugging third. Then from 5,000 throats and more rose a lusty yell. It rumbled through the valley, it rattled in the dell. It pounded on the mountain and recoiled upon the flat, for Casey, mighty Casey, was advancing to the bat. There was ease in Casey's manner as he stepped into his place. There was pride in Casey's bearing, and a smile lit Casey's face. And when responding to the cheers, he lightly doffed his hat. No stranger in the crowd could doubt 'twas Casey at the bat. 10,000 eyes were on him as he rubbed his hands with dirt. 5,000 tongues applauded when he wiped them on his shirt. Then while the writhing pitcher ground the ball into his hip, defiance flashed in Casey's eye, a sneer cooled Casey's lip. And now the leather-covered sphere came hurtling through the air, and Casey stood a-watching it in a haughty grandeur there. Closed by the sturdy batsman, the ball unheeded sped. "That ain't my style," said Casey. "Strike one," the umpire said. From the benches black with people, there went up a muffled roar, like the beating of a storm waves on a stern and distant shore. "Kill him! Kill the umpire!" shouted someone on the stand, and it's likely they'd have killed him had not Casey raised his hand. With a smile of Christian charity, great Casey's visage shone. He stilled the rising tumult, he bade the game go on. He signaled to the pitcher, and once more the dun sphere flew. But Casey ignored it, and the umpire said, "Strike two!" "Fraud!" cried the maddened thousands, and echoed answered, "Fraud!" But one scornful look from Casey, and the audience was awed. They saw his face grow stern and cold. They saw his muscles strain. And they knew that Casey wouldn't let that ball go by again. The sneer is from Casey's lip. His teeth are clenched in hate. He pounds with cruel violence his bat upon the plate. And now the pitcher holds the ball, and now he lets it go. And now the air is shattered by the force of Casey's blow. Oh, somewhere in the favored land, the sun is shining bright. The band is playing somewhere, and somewhere hearts are light. And somewhere men are laughing, and somewhere children shout. But there is no joy in Mudville. Mighty Casey has struck out. Casey at the Bat, Ernest Lawrence Thayer, published June 3rd, 1888. San Francisco Examiner. Braves Country today. We're talking Southern sports. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Braves Country today, Southern sports talk with the voice of Braves Country baseball, Mac Magee. Joined every day from sports analysts from all over Braves Country, talking college football, the NFL, Major League Baseball, and what's trending in the world of sports. Braves Country today. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Hey, Braves Country! Braves Country HD is bringing you Braves Country Baseball. Braves Country comes to you every Tuesday night and Friday night, and 2 bonus games every week. Hi, I'm Mac Magee, and we'll be bringing you play-by-play, pitch-by-pitch of your Atlanta Braves. It's free to listen. Please like and subscribe. YouTube.com/@Braves Country. Braves Country Baseball, for the fans, by the fans. You're listening to WQEE 99.1 FM, The Key in Noonan, Georgia.
There's something kind of about a kid that's never played baseball.
If baseball is about caring, about loyalty and rivalry,
Baerga is 0 for 3. Left center field. Grissom on the run. The team of the 90s has its world championship.
There's a very peaceful thing. It was created and played in pastures and meadows. There's grass, there's outdoors, there's everything that people thought was American and feel about America. You get in a ballpark, and it's the wonder of walking through that dark tunnel and seeing a huge open space where men play the little boy's game.
I believe in the Church of Baseball. I've tried all the major religions and most of the minor ones. I know things. For instance, there are 108 beads in a Catholic rosary, and there are 108 stitches in a baseball. I prefer metaphysics to theology. You see, there's no guilt in baseball, and it's never boring. It's a long season, and you gotta trust it. I've tried them all, I really have, and the only church that truly feeds the soul day in, day out is the Church of Baseball.
Touch 'em all, Joe. You'll never hit a bigger home run in your life.
Out of room in right center. If he hits one there, we can dance in the streets. The 2-1. Swung, line drive, left field. One run is in. Here comes Brave. Here's the throw to the plate. He is safe. Braves win. Braves win. Braves win. Braves win.
you're in Braves country.
We're down to one strike here. Gurriel, the last hope for the Houston Astros. Here's the 0-2 pitch. Swung on, bounced over to Dansby. Dansby fires it over to first. And here comes the dog pile. Fire the cannons in the battery. Do the chop all throughout Braves country. Pop that top. Your Atlanta Braves have won it all.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose rough stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we once were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket